Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. What happened? Why are you Angie? I thought you were deaf. Rip. Oh, have good sleepus. Yeah. Oneko Ohio, everyone. How are you doing today? We're going to field the stars. I am glad you had a good time watching it. Hopefully it gets another season. Wait, hold on a second. So the show was good? Boo. Man. And it's a Netflix original series. Ow. I'm sorry to hear that it won't be getting a second season then. Netflix only renews garbage for second seasons. And Castlevania. Why? What did I do? Me. Ow. Hey. What did I do? Oh, music. 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 We play the music. Ed Boo. You know, you could in theory save. Ow!
Enough flight traffic as it is.
You could save some of those points and use them when you need them. You know, that's a possibility. Oh boy, I got some contusions.
Everyone needs supplies.
What do you got for sale?
Feel free to look around.
I was more referring to Sylvantis. Here we go. We got a pink flavored one. Bah. 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 Yeah. Good. Yeah. Oh. Ah. Go. Yeah. Yeah. Do it. Hey, he's selling spy drones. Okay, I need microsecond regulators.
Outlaws, I don't do payment plans or lines of credit, and I don't sell. I'm sure I got.
Okay, into Mineral Mart we go. I don't care that it's called Midtown Minerals. It's Mineral Mart.
You meet all sorts in Aquila City.
Welcome to the best mineral. You're an independent hauler? Here's my card.
Aluminum, beryllium, cesium, copper. Iron, nickel, iron, lead, nickel, palladium. 2 palladiums. Wait, hold on. Do I have any on myself? No, I don't.
There's not enough to do about
Ask anyone. Me, plenty to look at.
Tantalum, titanium, tungsten. I know I need some ytterbium. Vanadium. Tantalum, titanium, tungsten. Tantalum, titanium, tungsten, vanadium. I need 13 ytterbium. He only has 12, but, you know, that's an amount that gets us closer to the number we want to have. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome.
Damn trade authorities been hounding my regular customers, trying to get them to persuade me to sell.
I'm doing all right. Hold on, what's this we need here?
Let me know if you need anything.
We need some polymers. Okay. Okay, Outpost Engineering rank 2. What do I... thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Comfy Box. So what has brought you here? Who did you discover me through? Oh. Okay, I need to build... I've built outpost module.
Let me know if you need anything.
If you don't mind, I'd like to speak to Admiral Logan sooner. Let's see what you've got.
Well, I hope you enjoy your time here.
Admiral Logan's office shouldn't be terribly far.
Admiral Logan's office shouldn't be terribly far. We are on another planet. We are in a different solar system. So, for those of you who were not here during last night's
Rado makes some of the most dependable firearms money can buy.
last night's late night chill stream, at a very improper time, Sarah told us about her tragic backstory of once having been acting captain
They should be good enough for us.
and then disaster striking her crew.
Hello.
And we need to go resolve that trauma because that's what we do. We resolve traumas here.
There is a glitch to loot the chests under a specific city.
Of course there is. It's a Bethesda game. So which city does that hold the entire shop inventory of? Sarah, where the fuck did you go? Do you mean literally where I am? Is it easy like that Skyrim one where the chest is just peeking out from under a mountain? Where the hell did Sarah go? Oh, I don't need these Indicite wafers anymore. Cool. Okay. There you are, Sarah. About time you showed up. Okay.
Oh, looks like we got another off-worlder.
First shop on the left. Is the puddle in the shop? Or is it one of these puddles?
I'll say right up front that if you're short on credits, I can't help you. More charity cases, go out of business.
What am I to do with these puddles? Okay. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Okay, so presumably you mean this one. First shop, small puddle, right outside. Okay, so what do I do from here? Up! I'll just help myself to some trauma packs and some ammos. That's silly. That's just plain silly. Bethesda, why do you hide your treasure chests just under the ground rather than like 5 miles under the ground? Really? I'm not. That chest outside of, I want to say Dawnstar was accessible from day one until now.
If you don't mind, I'd like to speak to Admiral Logan sooner rather than later. Dropping off a few. Admiral Logan's office shouldn't be terribly far. Let's go. Off when you are, Captain.
Yep. Healing supplies and pieces of metal that get propelled at things at a very high speed. Things that are infamously devoid of weight. I'm using an Orion.
Ah, hey, Captain.
But I don't wanna. I wanna be a good man. They worked hard to get those credits. Because that's just how I am. I was kicked out of hell for being too nice.
You need something?
No, I just like to be mischievous sometimes. Ow! What'd I do? When I feel like it.
Time to leave this place behind. Hell of a view from here.
Yeah, but like I've got like 500,000 credits.
Gear looks green. Ready to land.
I am quite probably set on money for the rest of the game, except I am still going to loot gremlin everything.
I wonder how many life forms are roaming this planet. Time to find out.
I just enjoy a good loot gremlining. Ah! An elk cragnon.
There were 2 more chests you missed in the city.
Oh, did another puddles? There's a lot of cragnons here.
They're both underground.
What was that?
Oh, the Ashtar are so scary. They're an absolute menace. I think the people of Aquila City are just wimps. Yep. Well, I don't think it's actually in the battery pack part of it, but one of the mods has made them ignite stuff. Actually, it might be in the battery pack. Ignition beams. And I do think that actually is the battery section. That or the amplifier. No, I think the amplifier is internals. Just out of a random shop, I modified it myself. I picked it because it uses the standard energy ammo that all robots use. Oh, welcome back, Generto. Robots and laser turrets use this ammo. That's why I decided to use it. Take care. Thank you for coming by. You're my newest friend, and I like you. Okay, let's see what her will has to say. Blake Aldwell as her primary heir. Yeah, what's up? Kind of bugs me that Nudie Mayor is going to get what he wants. I know several things, but I would like to know more things. What am I knowing? Part of me feels like Ultraman. I know it probably wasn't, but like my brain is like
For you when you have a moment.
Ultraman and Superman seem to be cut from the same cloth. Okay, oh man, I got a lot of quests that are just sitting there needing to be done. Okay, well, I mean, we've got like 3 things we need to do here. And is his name Ultraman King, or is he the king of the Ultramen?
I think I got them. What do you call them?
It's probably Smee.
So you sold 3 pickups today?
Yeah, and might get some more on the back end. Your casserole sealed the deal.
Don't you need to wait for the contract to be signed?
This ain't the UC. We shook hands and the deal's done. Should have the contract signed tomorrow.
My cousin works for Deimos, and he says the approval process for a big deal can take months.
That's life under the boot for you. Business keeps going this good, and it'll make dealing with these pretentious cord jerks worth it. People in this city are so obsessed with their traditions. They can't
I'll take
handle even the
Aggies over the
slightest
rock any
change in
day.
the way things are
Who
done.
wants to get drunk when there's rangers all around? I really like it here. I just wish the people...
Aquila City is lucky that Hope Tech still deals with them after the reception I've gotten. I've come here offering business, employment opportunities, and they practically spit in my face.
What did you do at Hope Tech?
I'm a senior vice president. Cut my teeth with mineral acquisitions for some of the pricier things we need for the ships. I was really looking forward to having my own region to manage. But now...
Maybe you did something wrong.
I did something wrong. Let me explain. So Ron Hope assigns me...
Yeah, he's dead, you know. I
I'm
shot him.
excited, right? Could be a plum assignment. But I need a place to sleep here. So I bought some prime real estate for me and my girl. And damn it, you'd think I plowed through a sacred burial site. Listen, I'm not the one selling some priceless historical manor. That's not on me.
How is it historical?
That's just the thing, isn't it? It's not really. All the manors on the core were built by the founders. But this isn't some sort of sacred ground, right? It's just housing. And the owners before, some nobody third-tier family. But it's the core. Ha! Like I care.
Just try and back out and get a new
And
house.
give them the satisfaction? Ha! Never. Thanks for hearing me out. Hope you have a better day than I've had.
Doesn't sound like you care all that much whether people like you or not.
You're damn right I don't. In fact, I almost feel sorry for her. Bunch of wrong-headed, judgmental, backward-looking dust wranglers. That's what these people are. Every credit I spent on that house, I made with honest, hard work. And come here to make my way, and this is how they treat me. I can tell they're all hoping I sell and move out. What the hell with that? I'm gonna stay here and stick it to them all. Make them suffer.
Oh, you're kind of a dick. I found the last one testament of Sahar Hasanov.
Who the who? Wait. Hasanov? You mean the family that owned this manor? Oh, hell. Elias Cartwright. That man's always had it out for me. My credits are as good as anyone else around here. I got a business proposition. 10,000 credits, and I take that alleged will off your hands. No questions asked.
You're as rotten as Elias said you'd
I
be.
paid good money to live here, and they're the ones trying to cheat me. If you start seeing sense, the offer is open.
You're both pricks. But you were in charge of the mineral something division of Hope Tech, and, well, I mean, that means you were probably complicit in the whole farm thing. So, you're the bigger of two evils. Also, you're a dick. This guy's a snob. I place being a dick worse than being a snob.
Like I said, be careful.
Yatsuharu's will. She left everything to an illegitimate Pasanov, Blake Aldwell.
You got it. That's wonderful. But Blake Aldwell. Let me think back. There was a Blake. Might be we can track him or any surviving kin down. I'll get my lawyer on this. Frank Langston's in for a rude surprise, and we can maybe see a Hassanov return back to the core.
Glad we're doing right by the
They helped
Hassanovs.
make the Freestar Collective. If they have living heirs, well, it's more than I could have hoped for. You've more than earned this. You've done the city a great service.
I used to get really grossed out by blood, but I'm used to it now.
Okay, kid. I need to talk to Sarah Filborn for like 2 separate quests, so actually knowing where she is would be good. He hates cities with gravity this high. Or planets with gravities this high.
For you?
We only use robots for farming. Surely some of that tech we could patent.
If you're here for Weston, he's underfoot somewhere. Either here or at the factory. But please, if it's about that brewing nonsense, kindly leave. They don't need any more encouragement.
Are things okay between you and your husband?
Me? No, Weston's a fine man. If anything, that's why I want more from him. He could do even greater things. If only he could see that.
It's a strange way to say hello.
Oh, sorry. My nerves are frayed. So many people coming and going for the company. Weston, that's my husband. Well, he's never been what I'd call a dreamer or a visionary. He's a practical man, good with ledgers and numbers. His brother Henry's the creative one, but he seems to have lost interest in growing the company, and now all he wants to do is brew beer. Filburn Agricultural Systems could provide the whole of the settled systems with food, not just Aquila City. Seems those two are content to think small.
Sounds like quite the predicament.
That's for sure. Well, you didn't come here to hear me natter on. Anything else?
Amira Wolf at the Low House sent me about the IntelliWheat shipment.
I know, we're late. It's been this whole frustrating episode. Short version, the farming equipment outside the walls needs to be manually rebooted. But the guards aren't going to be able to send people to fix it for days. We're committed to helping the unfortunates on the stretch. But the Ashta are just too dangerous for us to send some.
I'll do it. I have experience dealing with Ashta. Won't be a problem for me.
Down an Ashta? More than one?
I've taken down an Alpha Ashta.
If you get it rebooted, I'll get the harvest going ASAP. We can get the wheat to Amira quick. I'll talk with my husband, but I'm sure we could arrange payment. You'd be helping our business too, after all. Just be careful. Ashta are very dangerous. I really don't understand why Weston can't rein in his brother a little.
There must be some way to resolve this impasse with Filburn Agricultural Systems.
Well, there is. The stakes are huge.
With further R&D on IntelliWheat, the entire settled systems could benefit. Surely that's worth some less than savory solutions.
Could IntelliWheat really be that much of a game changer?
Right now, it's tailored to Aquila's biomes, allowing wheat to flourish in places it normally couldn't. But if Henry applied himself, who knows where else we could grow IntelliWheat? He may be frustrating, but Henry's the smartest person I've ever met. Just don't tell him that.
I'd be interested, depending on what you're talking
That's
about.
Reasonable. Henry's pet project is tied to market perception. His beer, annoyingly, is really good. But if we could make a bad batch, terrible, really, his margins are tight enough he might be forced to throw in the towel.
I won't poison anyone.
What? Oh god, no. I just want it to taste bad. Like stale, or like it's whatever makes beer taste worse. The next big batch of beer is almost done brewing in our factory. You just need to find a way to break in without getting caught by the guard and tamper with it somehow. Then just wait a day or so and see how the batch goes over at the Stone Root Inn. Do that, and I'll pay you handsomely. That's the last I'll talk of this.
What do you think, Sarah? Do we bad up a batch of beer in order to solve well, that's what we're doing. Also, we changed it to a nice degrees. And not skills. Missions. Where's missions? Can't access missions from that map. Or that... I wonder if there's any intention for them to make a Hat in Time 2. A Hat in Time was such a good game. I'd love a sequel to it. Reboot. Beetroot. Bleep bloop.
Should we warn him about the Ashta?
He used to be an actuary. Now look.
So many books to read and so little time.
Hard work and grit pay off in the long run. Might be we could invite the Johnsons over.
Those sad sacks, my home?
If you won't help
Welcome, welcome. Let me ask you a simple question, friend. Are you prepared to see something so wondrous and strange that you're sure never to forget it?
Sounds interesting. Tell me more.
With pleasure. We got animals from the deepest, darkest corners of the settled systems. What you'll see will delight and amaze. Just a modest fee, and you can feast your eyes. I envy you, truly, for this opportunity.
Yeah, sure.
Step right through this door and take as long as you like. Oh, and please don't attempt to feed the creatures. In fact, it's best if you don't touch them.
Yeah, no, but notice that I'm not seeing a lot of creatures. That is a bathroom.
Who knows what mysteries lie inside the dialectically famous...
Is this for real?
Absolutely. There's a reason folks around here call me...
I don't think it's a shame. You should feel ashamed.
If that's your attitude, then...
Hey, bye.
Run into spacers, scumbags, and scavengers.
Hey, stranger. I think... Your loss.
You get that inventory done?
Sure did.
And you put in that order with Shepard?
Yes, ma'am.
You're a damn sight more reliable than my last bartender.
That's because rumor has it if I don't stay on your good side, I'm liable to lose a body part.
Don't go believing everything you hear about me, Nash. Most of it, sure, but maybe not that much.
While I got your ear, I did want to say something. I ain't the best at expressing gratitude, but it really means a lot. You giving me this chance. Thank you for that.
Well, you've proved your worth, so I might even let you stick around a little while. As long as you don't go getting too mushy on me, that is.
Not a chance.
I'm busy. Ethan handles all the orders.
Run this place all by yourself?
You surprised or disappointed? It's my name on the outside, isn't it? Been here too damn long to let someone else come in and muck it up. Hell, even finding decent help isn't worth the trouble half the time. Ethan's got half a brain in his head, seems like, so maybe he'll work out.
Church always this crowded?
More and more as time goes on. Plenty of folks looking to get out from under the thumb of the UC, or taking their first steps to being independent. City's been slow to keep up with all the new people. Took them forever to put up the outer walls, and at this rate, they'll need to expand again soon.
What do you got?
No fancy stuff and no special orders. Ain't got the patience for.
Howdy.
Second chance locals can be especially colorful here.
That's an interesting tattoo.
Yeah, something I got back when I was an irresponsible kid. There's a lot of things I'd probably do differently if I had a second chance. But hey, that which doesn't kill us makes us stronger.
I'd like to order something.
Okay?
None of you have quests. I was hoping one of you would have a quest. You seem like interesting people, so I thought you'd have a quest.
I ain't one of those who needs a lot of money or possessions to feel good about my life.
How are you and Coma doing?
Great, I guess. Coma's riding high. As in on drugs. I was trying to put it politely. I mean, I get it. We're in the slums. It's not the first time I've seen that. But with him, it's pretty much every minute he isn't working in the fields. His whole life is just work. Get high and sleep.
Bothers you that much, you should confront him about it.
Tried it already. He won't talk about it. In fact, it just makes him hit the stuff that much harder. The best I can hope for now is that he'll find some way to pull himself out of it. Guess that's just life in the slums. You either survive it or you don't. Great, I guess. Coma's.
Let's see if I can pick any of the other dialogue options.
But with him,
He's right to live the way of his life he wants to, whether you approve of it or not.
It's not about my approval. It's about paying the rent. If Coma kills himself with an overdose, the Mooch and I have to find a new roommate, or we're in real trouble. The whole situation is just a mess. Anyway, I don't know. Guess you caught me on the wrong day.
Is Mooch a friend?
Kind of. He crashes at my place. But man, he could stay too long. I kind of want to tell him enough is enough. But I don't need that drama in my life right now.
Goodbye.
Hope you have a good day.
Gonna crash at Sam's.
Right. There you are.
You found me all right.
Oh my God. What's going on?
Clearly on something.
You. I can't believe it.
I'm one of those who needs a lot of money or possessions to feel good about my life.
Power was flickering the other day. Never spent a credit. How's that saying go? Use your friends wisely.
Why is it directing me here? So what's everyone up to today? Talk to me, Chad.
I have artifacts that date all the way back to the time of... Hi!
You're cute.
Please feel free to have a look around. It's the reason I started this place.
How's the museum going?
Very well. People are proud of their history here, so we get more visitors than I was expecting. So it gets pretty busy here, especially with school field trips.
Yeah, like all 4 kids in this city would probably make up a lot of that. Let's learn more about Aquila
was
history.
Founded over 150 years ago by Solomon Coe, a scientist and explorer from Earth. Along with other settlers, Coe built the structures you see in the part of the city we call the core. Those proud buildings still stand today.
So what happened after that?
There were so many buildings that they had to build another larger wall, forming a second outer ring around the growing city. Of course, the city didn't stop growing, and before long, the third wall, the outer wall you see today, was constructed. Today, Aquila City is the proud capital of the Freestar Collective, and the Council of Governors continues to meet here when they need to.
I travel a lot. I can keep my eyes open for things for your museum.
There are some things I would kill to have. I mean, wait, not literally, but I would pay a lot for. You see, the Coe family and those documents...
Oh, like this copy of the original Aquila City Charter here?
Their absence pains me. Jacob Coe and I have talked at length, and his great-grandfather was a troubled man. He sold off various historic documents to cover debts. They could be anywhere. If you find any...
Keep my eyes open for them.
you. Think of the future generation.
Oh, Solomon Coe's Don Quixote.
Let me see. I've heard of this. The story goes, Solomon Coe brought one book with him on his first trip from Earth to Cheyenne. This book. It'll have a place of honor in the museum. Oh dear Lord. It's real. It still exists. This is the original charter for Aquila City. And you can see their signatures. This is really the birth of the Freestar Collective. The core philosophy of limited government and inalienable rights. All here. Thank you. If you find anything else...
Bye.
I hope you enjoyed your visit.
I enjoyed getting money and 1 pound of my inventory back.
You might be interested in.
Sorry, I received this as finally. I think what first attracted me to the Universals is the beauty and symmetry with ecosystems, astrophysics, and science. Is it too wild to pursue more than just a chance?
But there aren't aliens in this game. Well, I mean, there are, but they're not like intelligent aliens. They're like aminal aliens. Oh, right, this is my apartment.
Breaking
You're silly.
news, Tia is adorable.
Hey. Hi, Hubu. How are you, boo? Ah, I'm being fluffed.
We need to be smarter, better in the way we handle the ash stuff.
Hey.
Not many people. Sorry, got a robots are. One day we'll crack sophisticated AI. Only a matter of time.
Ecologies are living.
You're beloved. Fuck it, I'm waiting until morning.
Wow. You are the soundest sleeper I've ever seen.
Oh, hi, Mira.
If we don't get that wheat shipment soon,
I'd like to make another donation.
this means a great deal to me.
Oh, also, I figured out the thing with the wheat shipment.
That is good news. What was the holdup anyway?
What's important is that Sarah Filburn still wants to help.
It's good to know the Filburns are still faithful to the cause. I hate to ask it, but I do need more help. Everything runs on charity. And our benefactors, though kind, I think sometimes, well, get sick of seeing me. A new face may ease up the purse strings, or at least save me some errands.
I could see getting sick of helping you too. Wow, rude. So tell me who to talk to.
So, the mayor, Elias Cartwright, has always been generous to us, but it's been a while. Raisha Lance is a huge benefactor. Laredo Firearms has been vital for. Both of those are routine. More polite reminders, really. The last is a long shot, probably futile. But the Trade Authority is incredibly well.
Okay.
You could convince Duncan Lynch to give us anything. Heck, a single credit.
I'll do my best.
Once you're done with that, if you ever are down on your luck, our door is always open.
My research could open up more of a key to where to sell.
I wonder if Google will be able to answer this question. Let's see if Google can answer this question for me. Why does traditional Japanese music have the yo? And Google answered it. It's basically to signal the end of a section.
How you liking that laser gun?
Well, dude, you asking me how I like this laser gun? Well, let me just tell you this.
Whoa, aren't you the one who took down the Crimson
It takes the ta out of Ashta.
Hello there. So good to see you. I feel like the ghosts of the Hassanovs are finally at rest.
I'm going to talk about donations for the Low House.
What day is it? Oh, shoot. I forgot. I'll send over my usual monthly donation to Amira. She truly is a wonder. And with the building project her and Mr. Tate are planning, there may be a day when the stretch is a distant memory.
Is the donation from the government or you personally?
Well, from me. Unlike the UC, we don't tax our people to death. The city's budget is very tight, so it falls to the community to look after its own.
The Low House appreciates
I'll
it.
talk with Amira later. I didn't mean to cause any problems. Between thwarting bank robberies and helping the stretch, you have the city's thanks. A genuine pleasure talking to you.
Just keep your gun holstered during your stay.
Look,
Sure,
look.
Laredo makes some good guns, but if you want
Hear me out on this one.
manufacturers to choose
Hear
from,
me out on
I'd
this. Hear me out on
say you
this. Sell laser guns with the tagline, "It turns Ashta to just ash." Trust me. Trust me on
better.
this
You ask
one.
me, traveling in Freestar collective space without
You might be interested in.
So many little details and so many fingers involved in everything. You being here, you should talk with Duncan. The trade authority's always looking for new...
What brings you to the trade authority?
I'm going to ask for donations for the Low House.
The trade authority has a firm policy of not getting involved in internal matters. We're neutral in all affairs of the governments of the Freestar Collective and the United Colonies.
Helping the stretch could improve the trade authority's
The
image.
trade authority's image is doing quite well already. Thank you very much. I'm done discussing this.
If you ever need to deal with the trade authority, drop by.
Trade authority are kind of dicks.
If you don't mind, I'd like to speak to Admiral Logan sooner rather than later.
Fishing for...
No.
Admiral Logan's office shouldn't be terribly far. Let's go.
But, like, they were just the usual kind of dicks, not the "I distinctly refuse to donate to charity" kind of dick.
You meet all sorts in Aquila City.
Every gun gets a full Laredo guarantee.
I'm here to ask for donations to the Low House.
So Amira has some help? Good. She's going to work herself into an early grave if she's not careful. Laredo Firearms prides itself in helping out all the residents of Aquila City. I'll send Justin over to deliver our monthly donation.
Yeah. Stretch is a security issue. If we fund the Low House, it helps us all.
Well, if the Rangers think the Low House needs more help, I'll tell Amira that Laredo is ready to help the community more. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Ah,
You take care.
There's not enough to do around here.
stuff like youth outreach programs is very important to, helping lower crime, especially in inner cities. Our fathers. Well, I say fathers, what I really mean is a intact family of at least 2 people. And it's usually the dad that's gone missing. Why are there so many stripper guards?
The Cartwrights have been donating to the Low House for generations.
Talked with everyone about the donations.
And Raisha increased her donations substantially. Very substantially. I don't know what to say. No word from the Trade Authority. I'm sorry I even asked. I like to believe everyone is capable of empathy and compassion, but people like Duncan test my faith.
Duncan Lynch is an insufferable jerk.
I didn't say that, but I'm not going to correct you. Anne Zara Philborn came by and told me what you did to help her. You are... I just don't know what. Sarah Philborn gave me these credits to give to you for your help with the farm. You more than deserve.
You should go to the stretch, not me.
Those credits are from the grateful Philborns, not me. And I wouldn't take a single one. You've earned it. I have one more thing for you to do. But I hope it's more of a reward. This is part of the Intellowit harvest. I'd like you to deliver it to Simone Jansen and her family. I want you to see the fruits of your labors.
There's something deeply satisfying working the land. Just want to do right by my wife.
Oh, you're the them.
Thank you for saving my husband. Amira said to expect you. This wheat ensures my family won't go to bed hungry. I genuinely don't know what my family would do without Amira. And you have no idea how much it means.
Here deserves all the thanks. Just glad to lend a little hand.
Here in Aquila, it's humbling to see regular people just looking after us. On behalf of my family, of my daughter, bless you.
Okay, so I had, someone told me to go and... Oh, L is missions menu. Mr. Tate.
Nobody's allowed outside the city walls after night.
No, I hate humor. Grrr.
I'm the best realtor in town, if I don't say so myself.
But you're not Tate.
Have a great
Wait,
day.
are you? Yeah, you're no.
I love my job. So many. Wait, before you go, my instinct says you're a person who knows how to work
At
with
the
their
bar.
hands, or in this case,
Yes, you can send me memes.
Are you familiar with mining lasers?
I've destroyed a few. That's to be in minor for Argos extractors, actually.
Excellent. There are so many in the stretch.
At the
living in
bar.
terrible conditions. The Low House and I are working together to make cheap, affordable housing. But the land we want to build on has hard.
At the bar.
Once you clear the land, we'll be one step closer to changing some lives for the better.
Ow.
Any clue how irresponsible you're acting right now?
I'm acting incredibly responsibly. I have been asked to clear out hard rock from here.
You don't need to wear your helmet on this planet. You know that, right?
Of course he said I'm a Pokemon, even though I'm not, because he'll do anything for bananas.
If you
Broke
are
some
ever looking
rocks.
to buy property, marvelous. One step closer. I can't wait to tell Miss Wolf. I know it's not much, but this is well earned.
You know, one of the things was like that trend of you know, you versus the Pokemon you think you are that's been going on. There aren't a lot of Pokemon that look like me, and that's unfortunate. 'Cause they would be cute. I mean, kinda, but Litten don't have bat wings. Me. Me. Me.
So, about this mythical vacation.
Okay. Hello. I'm sorry. We'll go. We'll go.
Just let me drink.
Just need to find a time.
Eloise can hook you up with a drink or a room. If you're looking to... Eloise keeps... Hi there. Welcome to the Stone Root Inn.
is an Aquila City fix.
Sounds like there's a lot of history here.
Certainly is. My family's owned and operated this place going back generations. Why, the Stone Root's been around so long. Aquila City...
I mean, Zubat does become its most powerful when it becomes friend.
Work hard, play hard. That should be the Freestar motto.
Hi there, friend. Yes, what?
You should try Philburn's beer. It's brewed in the city, and it ain't bad.
And I confuse people who see me. But don't steal everything that's not nailed down in video games. I've not seen it yet. Let me see. I posted that to the D&D Discord the other day.
Let me know if you need something.
So, Henry's new batch. How'd it go over? Hello.
I know you like Henry, but...
What? There's something wrong?
Sam said it tasted off. Really off. Gladys said it was fine. Then she dumped her whole glass on the floor when she thought I wasn't looking.
Excuse me.
No.
I don't think
True.
we should carry Henry's stuff anymore. Our regulars have stopped ordering his old stuff too.
I'll break the news to Henry.
Keeping the inn running smoothly keeps me hopping.
Ecologies are living things. They move, they change. The way we handle ash.
Yes, ecologies are living things. That is correct.
SSNN.
Poor Mr. Crowley. I swear that Gal Bank branch is...
What's up? Me. I'm sorry that I couldn't make it to your stream.
A good business. Weston needs to get his brother focused on food production instead
Henry's
of
beer's been taken care of.
Something happened to Henry's beer? That's terrible. So terrible. But I'm sure I know nothing about it. Here's some credit for delivering the news. I expect that's the last of them.
If you don't mind, I'd like to speak to Admiral Logan sooner rather than later.
Yeah, but if I tried and succeeded, that would mean more. I can't climb the soccer ball.
Hello, stranger. We got pirates.
Well, that message was cut short by what it was alerting me of.
Jumping out of here.
grav drive. You're mine!
Target has lost its engines.
Green lights on outer.
But everyone who comes by was willing to come by.
I hope what they're carrying is worth all this trouble.
I don't know. I just like shooting pirates in their face. Or I give them the stab. Stab, 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 stab. Got a captain locker? Ooh, we're one of these. There, move. Did I just grab something contraband? I didn't see what I picked up, but it looked like a... Yep.
And we're loose.
Thanks for the assist. You're welcome to board.
We have a clean dock, right on the money.
It's good to be back on board.
Oh, if fighting the fleet doesn't get the juices flowing, you're doing it wrong. It's supposed to be safe around here, but Cheyenne has always been just a giant bastard to me. Oh, unless you're a native. In which case, oh my god, I love what you've done with the place.
Let Cheyenne get on your bad side.
Every time I come through here, something goes to shit. But it always calls me back. Take now. I'm just supposed to be doing some deliveries, and whammo! Pirates! Cheyenne's going to get me one of these days.
Enjoy fighting pirates?
Not one bit. I enjoy surviving fighting pirates. Big difference.
Parker Jansen sent me. His family's in dire financial straits, and he needs your help.
Ha! I knew it! I knew it! Simone should have told me. Her and Marco are so damned proud. I'd love to help them out. Might be I've got a checkered history with the fine city of Aquila. If you clear up any lingering hard feelings, then I could resume doing business there. I'd set up Stick-Up-His-Ass Marco as my official importer. Then wins all around.
How'd you get blacklisted at
I used to do
Aquila?
cargo halls for the mayor, and he got really upset that I might have been carrying more than I ought to. We had some words, maybe one fat lip, not mine, and now I'm persona non grata.
Tell me how to clear things up.
Two paths I see. The trade authorities got a fixer named Tom Starrett. He might be able to facilitate things. Or Mayor Cartwright. God, that windbag. Well, if he'd take a sorry, that would work. Fat chance. Either way, I expect credits will be on the line. On the back end, I could afford to give you a taste of the action. Not sure it'll cover the fee.
I might try talking with the mayor.
You're brave. I mean, obviously, with all the pew-pew out there. Marco doesn't deserve you. But Simone, she's one of the good ones. You square things away. Just let Marco know.
Taking your trauma kit. Unfortunately, I have to take a detour now because of what transpired in that pirate ship. You all know where we're going.
Welcome to the den. If you have business, feel free to land.
Nice clean dock, Captain.
War crimes? Don't know about war crimes. Contraband right here.
Certainly.
Membrane and tantalum. Iron. Membrane. Tantalum. Oh wait, that's buying. Damn it.
If there's anything I can do for you,
Yes, of course.
Isotropic coolant, polymer supercooled magnet. Yeah, basically. I know, right? Like, it's like, no, I have come here specifically to turn over this contraband.
Howdy, Skipper.
Oh, for this one I actually need Aurora.
Hiya, Skipper. What do you need?
My floof. Ah, I've been
All
patsed.
green on release. We're free to fly.
Cycling airlock.
Can't make an outpost here yet. Okay.
Star Space. We're gonna do a quick scan for contraband, and you can be on your way.
Literally a ranger.
All right, you're good.
Beginning landing cycle.
So, who is this the first time they're hearing what the English lyrics of Bad Apple are? A happy song, it is not. Oh, okay. I don't want the lyrics causing, you know, like, problems during other discussion. Two ships landing simultaneously. That one of them already took off? There is definitely a worthwhile thing to be said for catharsis in music. Reaching, you know, having the feeling that you are not the only one to feel this way. Well, we are kind of chugging today. You don't get to take off.
This is our ship! Ours! Not worth it!
What? I'm aware. I don't want to be. I don't want their stupid ship either. But their ship probably has contraband on it somewhere, and I don't want to go back to Wolf. Actually, I suppose they could have jettisoned the cargo. I want to find somewhere that has ground resource.
Don't rush the scan. Wouldn't want to overlook anything valuable.
Okay, here we go. We got us some floor aluminum. Okay. Those don't count as outpost modules? Five different types of HAB structures. What's up?
You're quite handy with the building materials.
My snoot. What's the best smoke bomb? There we go. I'd say of actually Pokemon, one of the ones that I kind of sort of resemble, other than a Litten and a Zubat, one of the new legendaries. Even if they are bad guys. Mr. Mayor, I have come to, quick save. Well, it auto-saves, I guess, and then... Is there something that's taking up more resources than it's supposed to? Okay, I'm rebooting Pets. It's taking up way more CPU than it's supposed to. Hits, do you mind? There, it's decided not to take up 15% of my CPU this time.
You're standing on one of the oldest inhabited planets in the settled systems. History runs deep here. Aquila City truly is the jewel of the Freestar Collective.
I want to get Melina Axelrod permission to do business in Aquila City.
Milena Axelrod? I wished I'd never heard that name again. She's a menace. She punched me in the face. Can you imagine? Why would you want to let her back here?
If we help her family, the Jensens, might escape starving to death.
What? Oh, that's terrible. Listen, I feel for the Jansens. If it was just the fisticuffs, I could look the other way. But we caught her smuggling red-handed. She's been blacklisted for good reason.
She was smuggling?
Yes. Honestly, I can't remember exactly what the cargo was. It was years ago. But I do remember getting sucker punched.
I'm a ranger and I'll vouch for her.
You go that far for her? Fine. Fine. She can come back. I just hope you don't regret it. I did, last time I trusted her.
I used to get really grossed out by blood.
And it also really depends on what she was smuggling.
I was so scared.
Marco! 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 Marco!
Milena contacted me. She's making me her official importer. I'm not sure how much it pays, but I'll take it. You have no idea what you've done.
Give Melina a chance. She's fun.
My problem with her hasn't been whether she's good company, but I'll try. I can't wait to tell Simone. This is the first ray of sunshine we've seen in years.
I almost forgot what it was like to see Dad smile. Mom says I make a new dress soon. At an actual shop.
I don't know. Kind of worried the council's going to give away too much.
Wow, news travels so fast, it could very well be instantaneous.
Private sector. That's where
Now let's go do Sarah's quest. Singular moon, green and blue planet. Third from the sun. Wow, this place couldn't be more Earth if it tried.
Mind if we stop by the waterfall on this trip? I could use a few moments to unwind.
Keeping the skies safe out there?
Uh, the blue hexagon is not doing a good job of telling me where I'm supposed to be going. Oh, good. My educated guess worked.
Yes?
The United Colonies will not... The UC might have a few... Diplomacy fails every time. And when it does, the Marines mop up the mess.
The safety of the city. I reckon. You know what separates the UC from the rest of the universe? Law and order. Makes all the difference.
Civil discord, perhaps someday. The United Colonies. Our military must always be at the ready. But in my opinion, it should also be a last resort.
You gonna start a conversation or something?
Sarah Morgan. It's been what, almost 10 years?
Admiral, it's,
I'm in the Admiral's chair. I'm in the Admiral's chair.
That protocol ended the moment you dropped your clusters on my desk, remember?
Look, Admiral, I'm not here to open old wounds.
Old wounds is an interesting turn of phrase, given our past. Listen to me, Commander. I'm not sure why you're here, but whatever it is, why don't you just get to it?
I'm here because I need your help, Admiral.
You need my help. That's interesting. The last time we spoke, you made it quite clear that you were turning your back on the Navy.
That was a decade ago. Things change. People change. Admiral, please. I didn't come here to argue. I'm here to come to terms with my past.
Your past is sitting in a closed file in the archives. That's where you left it when you walked out on the United Colonies. And what about you? Just who in the blazes are you anyway?
I'm Tygo, the map stabber. Just a concerned civilian.
This presents us with a unique opportunity. An impartial view here could prove useful. Perhaps you could kindly explain to me why I shouldn't have the both of you escorted from the building.
With all due respect, Admiral, this is ridiculous. If you have a problem with me, then there's no need to berate my colleague.
I don't have a problem with you, Commander. I'm simply trying to determine why you deserve the Navy's help.
She's here to honor the fallen that served under her command.
That's quite a noble gesture. Is this true, Commander?
It's about Cassiopeia, Admiral. I'm heading back there to find out what happened to the crew of the Dauntless, and hopefully, to bring their legacy home.
That sounds like a dangerous operation. Are you certain it's worth the risk?
I don't know.
Let us worry about the danger,
I
Admiral.
wish it was that simple. If the Navy gives its blessing for you to undertake this operation, then we assume responsibility. And frankly, I'd never forgive myself if you didn't return.
I appreciate the concern, Admiral. But that crew was my responsibility. No matter how difficult the risk, those men and women are coming home.
I understand. And I believe I owe you an apology, Commander. Our last encounter has obviously distorted my impression of your character. What can I do to help?
If you wouldn't mind allowing me to access the files regarding my rescue, I'd be most grateful, Admiral.
That shouldn't be too difficult. I've sent all the relevant information to you, Slades. Was there anything else?
No, Admiral. Thank you.
You don't need to thank me, Commander. I just hope you find whatever it is you're looking for.
Oh my God! There's in a thing, in a modern work of thing, there is a military person who is stern yet sympathetic and competent and not just a blithering dumbass.
Sitting behind a desk, deciding the fate of others.
Hey.
Pardon?
I do not know.
The United Colonies only I'm afraid I don't. If you have business with ensuring the security of the United Colonies is a full-time job. Excuse me.
But do you know how long it's been since I've seen a general or an admiral or a... Still general in the Air Force, right? Yeah, it's still general in the Air Force. It was General Hammond in Stargate, then they were done by Air Force. But it's been so long since I've seen a Gen Admiral in something, and they're legitimately concerned about the safety of their people, and they're a qualified leader, and they're not just like a warmonger. You know how long it's been since I've seen that? Way too goddamn long. And that game was from like 2010. What? Though the general, who is not a badman. Like, competent And he's a little bit quick to anger, but that's a reasonable character flaw for a military man. But when confronted with the fact that, you know, she was trying to pay her respects to the fallen, that he immediately was like, oh, well, okay, that's reasonable then.
Telling you, Bianchi, something's wrong with the boots you sold me. I wear them to the metro. Suddenly, the shuttle runs late. I buy a cup of coffee, and the barista screws up my order. It's like I'm walking under ladders with a broken mirror in my pocket. And the only time it happens is when I'm wearing your boots.
So, what do you want me to do about it?
I want a damn refund.
Fine, fine. I'll take the boots back.
That guy, because he was wondering if he was going to survive.
All this stuff is legit. Personally, I think daylight's overrated.
I couldn't help overhearing that argument.
Ugh, right. The boots. I hate to admit it, but she has a point. She's the third customer to return the pair, all for the same reason. The boots might really be cursed.
Tried wearing them yourself?
I thought about it once, but then I thought better of it. Best not to tempt fate. And besides, they're not my size.
Where'd you get them?
Like most of my supply from one of my UC contacts. But after the second customer returned the boots, I got curious and I did some digging. Turns out they were seized from a House of Arun ship. That alone is enough to convince me something's amiss.
Oh, sounds supernatural.
I don't doubt it. Either way, it's bad for business. Hey, you're a pilot, right? Maybe you can do me a favor. I've heard of a UC station at the far end of the galaxy called the Den. You go there and stash these boots in a crate.
Okay, I'll deliver the boot. Wait, why not jettison them off into space?
Or not, I actually tried that. And do you know what happened? Some UC pilot picked up the cargo and somehow it found its way back to my store. No, I wanted the boots gone.
Okay, I'll deliver the boots for you.
Someone to give these blasted boots the boot, if you... Here, I'll have...
Lucky boots. I can't equip them.
I got contacts all over. Take your time. Watch your back out there.
My mother wanted me to be a doctor. A doctor. Mothers, am I right?
No lawyer. Can't say I'll have what you need. But
What you got for sale?
happy to make-
Microsecond regulator, positron battery power circuit. 3 of those. 0 of those. 0 of those. Reactive gauge, supercooled magnet, tau grade, rheostat, and 0 wire. Okay, that's all I need from you.
Take care.
Don't mind me. Just a weary man.
have a nice day now, Ranger.
Even in the well, the trade authority continues to flourish. Oh, makes you sick, doesn't it?
It's cliche. The trade authority has access to goods.
What do you
and
got for
services.
sale?
You won't find a better. If you need anything else, you know where to find us.
Another day, another shift.
Whether or not they make you sick, Sarah. They got good stuff for sale. And plenty of people would do business with someone they didn't like if they had good stuff for sale. Maybe they could name themselves after some sort of forest where there's a lot of rain.
Curtis! Hope you're finding everything you need.
This place you got here.
Thanks. It's hard work, but it all... And I can't take all the credit. Gerhardt, my business partner, he does so much of the work behind the scenes. If it weren't for him, I don't know where we'd be.
What do you got for sale?
Oh, please, take a...
Aluminum, beryllium, salines, copper. I believe I've got all of those. Or I might have 0 aluminum. Beryllium, chlorosilanes, copper. Fiber, fluorine, iron, lead. Nine iron, plenty of lead. I think I had 11 of that. Lube, I know we need more lube. Nickel, palladium, polymer sealant. Oh, gotta get all the polymer. Sealant. 15
Did you
sealant.
just say beryllium?
Yeah, yes. Stimulant, structural material, tantalum. $14 stimulant. 6 titanium. Tantalum, tungsten.
So you're
ytterbium,
saying
zero.
you want beryllium baloney? Well, me Grimlock says cesium salami.
You're silly. Two tungsten.
Duck you.
Okay, I'm ducking. Night.
Appreciate the business.
I'm not seeing any records from that hauler out of Sidonia. What was his name again? When's the I am busy right now. If you want to buy something, I'm sure Amoli
Next
can
stop,
assist you.
Cassiopeia.
If it works.
Got a call someone's power kept going out. You know what it was? A heat leech as long as my leg. Ugh.
The latest concert of Masani Lux and the Luxite sold out in a record 0.8 seconds.
There's UC distribution, right? Yeah.
You know I went to chef school? This ain't exactly where I
I love him!
Welcome to UC Distribution.
What is it you do here?
You mean besides providing a pleasant face for customers to... It's all in the name. We distribute material, never a dull moment. I know some people don't believe it, but we really do the best we can.
What do you got for sale?
I hope we have...
I'll buy the unique ones that they've got because, you know... I think I'll start keeping a stock of just unique things in general.
We should make sure we're well supplied for the trip to Cassiopeia. Want to see what I'm... Next stop, Cassiopeia, I assume.
Like, I know we came here to help put that trauma behind you, but you're not going to fault me for, you know, shopping while we're here, right?
Landing site locked. Take us in. What's going on?
Need a hand?
Sarah, now is not the time for sleeping.
I can't believe I'm here. It feels like walking into a dream.
You got this, Sarah.
Thank you. Right now, I feel like I need all the help that I can get. Phew. Okay, so let me get my bearings for a moment. Yes, this looks correct. Those rock formations nearby look familiar. My old campsite shouldn't be far.
Geological formations which haven't changed for millions of years are the perfect landmarks.
Yes, exactly. Since most of my gear was destroyed, I depended on those landmarks to orient myself while I was stranded. Once we get to the campsite, we'll use that as a starting point to search for the cruise shuttle wreckage. Let's go. Keep your eyes open for hostile creatures.
Your trade.
I'd be happy to carry a few things for you.
Other way around.
I'm anxious to find my old... crash site. Come on.
Aurora, Squall, and Whiteout.
You're looking well.
Okay, yeah, my gun is as good as it's getting.
Yeah, boss?
Looks tough enough to stop a bullet, or worse.
Okay, I need a polytextile. Hey, people from countries that don't use freedom units. What's 37 degrees? No. What is 37 degrees? Tell me what 37 degrees is in, like, how you would describe that. I'm pretty sure that's not good math to go by. No. I need to know what 37 is outside of freedom unit. What is 37 degrees Celsius? So we're talking like jungle temperatures? Oh, I'm explaining this badly because everyone's getting confused. Tell me what 37 degrees Celsius feels like.
Well, this is it. This is the spot where I spent close to a year waiting for rescue. Not exactly Paradiso, is it?
Okay, so yeah, jungle temperatures. Paradiso?
I'm surprised you've never heard of the place. It's a resort colony in the Parima system. You know, a place to get away and unwind. Maybe we should head out there after we're done. Goodness knows we'll both need a vacation.
Imagine what it's been like.
Difficult and painful.
And thank you, Sil. You did answer before, and I didn't
me
realize you were answering.
It was home. Look at this thing. It's been sitting here rusting. I think we need to grab an emergency power cell to get the ship's computer up and running.
Can we have a similar device back on our ship?
Sure, we have plenty of power cells on the ship. But they're not UC military grade. They won't work. I'm afraid we'll have to do some scrounging.
Must be one around here somewhere.
Sure, if we're lucky. When I was stranded, I set up a distress beacon powered by emergency power cells. The beacon was up there on the plateau. I guess it's time to start climbing.
But I would have to say, though obnoxiously hot, 4% greater than Earth's gravity, 21% oxygen atmosphere. This looks like a planet I could sell to List. Other than the fact that the rocks get angry at you.
I guess they ran away. Setting up this beacon probably saved my life. Who knows how long I would have been stranded here.
Angry rocks everywhere. Still, are you there? Ah. I like hugs. Okay, we got the crash data. I'm not going to pry into your personal log, Sarah.
We've located where the other shuttle went down. I can't believe our plan worked.
You made this all possible,
Well,
Sarah.
we're not there yet. But, the telemetry data puts the wreckage out of range to hike. We're going to have to head back to the ship and land. Let's get going.
Bill, are you there? I'm doing the brain worries. Also, you're not Syl. You're just silly.
Now this planet, this is more my speed. Oh, I could hike here for a while.
You're also good at being a friend.
Look at this view. Had I been on this planet under more pleasant circumstances, I might have had more time to appreciate the beauty it has to offer.
Have good foods. I'm good, thank you.
Judging from this debris, the crew's shuttle sustained far more damage than my own. Oh, those poor souls. This is what's left of the crew's shuttle. But it looks like parts were scavenged and dragged somewhere else. Could there have been survivors? The fire is still fresh. Is there someone here that's still alive?
Stop. I'll shoot if I have to. Just turn around and leave. I know how to use this thing, and I will.
Oh my god. Who are you?
I'm nobody. Just go away. I'm not going to let anyone take my stuff again. No way. Both of you, just go.
We're not here to hurt you.
Yeah, sure. Try and trick me. No. No way. I'm not getting fooled again. Forget it.
Stop it right now. Put away that gun and talk to us. We want to know what happened here.
See? You're not nice at all. I knew it. You're a liar. That's all grown-ups do is lie.
Sarah, stop. She's just a child. You're making her upset.
I don't know what came over me. I was wrong to get so angry. We are here to help you. And we promise to tell the truth.
I don't know. You're kind of scaring me. Why should I listen to you?
Yay, cheese sticks! We're here to honor the crew that died on this planet.
No one's been looking for that crew since before I was born. So tell me another lie. Go ahead.
You were born here? Hold on. Oh my god. Your parents, your mum and your dad, what were their names?
Jenna and Elias. Why?
Jenna and Elias. Private Jenna Marsh and Corporal Elias Obrist. You're their daughter. Listen to me. I knew your parents. They worked with me on the Dauntless. I'm Commander Sarah Morgan.
You're Sarah Morgan? Mom and Dad's captain? My parents used to talk about you all the time.
Her and I are glad we found
Yeah?
you.
Well, I wish you wouldn't have taken so long. My parents are dead. My father died a long time ago. And my mother, she was killed by those monsters at the graveyard. It's just me here now. All by myself.
Let me ask you a question. Actually, I don't even know your name.
Oh, yeah. My name's Sona.
Sona. What a lovely name. Sona, you mentioned a graveyard. Is that where the crew is, you know?
Buried? Yeah. It's a bunch of stones with those necklaces like the ones my mom and dad had hanging on them.
Thank you, Sona. I'm going to talk to my friend here a minute, okay?
Okay, Sarah.
Phew. I don't even know where to begin.
I can't even imagine how you're feeling right now.
Yeah. This isn't what I expected. At all. Oh, there's so much to process. But I don't have time to deal with it right now. If you want to help, then find that graveyard and bring me those necklaces Sona mentioned. I'm hoping they're my crew's gene tags.
They're right away.
Just be careful. Sona's monsters are undoubtedly hostile life forms that have claimed the graveyard as their territory.
Oh god, this jungle is dense. So dense, I might have found a sibling. Why the fuck does that plant do that? Oh, there we go. There's another one. Fish sticks are yummy. Yay, tartar sauce. You're cute. Oh, okay, I thought you were mad at me for not acknowledging that you were answering my question. I didn't know you were answering it that first time.
No. How many times do I have to say it? I said I don't want to go. Leave me alone.
So now, calm down and listen to me. It's much too dangerous to stay here all by yourself, darling.
I don't care. This is my home. You can't make me leave.
We can't leave her here. It's not safe. She has to come back with us to Jemison. Oh, I don't know what to do. Can you talk to her?
I agree, but we can't force her to come with us.
I know. I'm not proposing we knock her out for God's sake. Look, maybe you can talk some sense into her. Help her make a decision. I'm sorry, I can't do this right now.
I can hear you talking about me.
Okay.
And I don't care what either of you say. I'm not going anywhere.
I was being worried.
I'm clearly out of my element here and not in the right state of mind. Could you just talk to her, please?
Why won't Sarah listen to me?
Who feels responsible for your situation?
Mom told me 1,000 times that it wasn't Sarah's fault that that I'm stuck here. That still doesn't mean I should leave the only home I ever had, does it?
Won't be safe here
Mom
forever.
told me there were really bad people out there. Worse than the ones I've already seen. But leaving Mom and Dad behind, it's really hard. Even though they're dead, I don't want to abandon them.
Mom and Dad would want you to live your best life.
I suppose you're right. Mom and Dad always promised that I'd leave here someday. I'm sorry I yelled at everybody. I know you and Sarah are just trying to help. I'm going to go get my stuff and then I'll board your ship. Don't worry, I'll stay out of the way until we get, well, wherever we're going.
That poor girl. I hope we've made the right decision.
I made the decision, so it'll be my fault if anything goes wrong.
Nonsense. We're in this together. It's just, we're ripping Sona from the only home she's ever known and casting her back into society. It's going to be difficult for her to adjust to the changes. Wherever she ends up, just promise me we'll check on her from time to time, please.
I promise.
Thank you. Look, before we leave Cassiopeia behind, I wanted to say one more thing to you. Perhaps at the overlook we passed.
Meow. Hi, Husky.
Oh, hey, let's talk later. Got a million things to do.
Oh, there you are, Sarah. Banana.
Look, before we head back to the ship, I wanted to tell you how much of an amazing gift this has been. You had to push me to come out here, and if I hadn't have listened to you, the universe would probably have never known about that little girl.
Couldn't stand seeing you suffer.
It's been a long journey, and I'm glad it's over. You know, this is the second time I've been on this world, and until this very moment, I never stopped to reflect at just how magnificent it was. Oh, look at this place. This is the reason I'm out here, exploring the stars. Worlds upon worlds, just waiting to have their beauty discovered. Shedding this burden of my past has finally allowed me to open my eyes, wider than they've ever been opened before. And it's all because of you.
You know what? I think after all of this, kind of am forming a bond with her. I hope there's more than simple gratitude tucked away in that statement.
Perhaps.
I suppose we'll both have to think about that for a while now, won't we? Well, I suppose it's time to bid goodbye to Cassiopeia once again. This time, under much happier circumstances. Now, let's head back to Jemison. I want to give those gene tags you gathered to Admiral Logan, and figure out what we're going to do with Sona. Hey, let me know if we're going to head into the well, so I can watch your back.
You will be scanned as you enter the city.
Yes? You needed something?
I don't know if I'd say, yes, you needed something. Forwardly to the guy who just did a fucking Olympic leap over me into the elevator.
I served my time in the fleet, but were I a younger man, I'd be back out there now. Welcome back. Did you find your answers?
We have found our answers, and we also found these gene tags.
Not only that, but we found someone there, alive. A child born from 2 of the crew that survived the crash. After her parents died, that poor girl spent years surviving on that hostile world, alone. We abandoned her, Admiral. We let her down.
I'm sorry. I had no idea. How could we have possibly known?
Don't apologize to us. Apologize to Sona.
Sona. Is that her name? She must be a remarkable young woman.
She's extraordinary, Admiral. And I'm afraid the United Colonies let her down.
You're absolutely right, Sarah. We did let her down. One thing that I can assure you is that the names of these men and women will never be forgotten. I'll see to it personally.
Thank you, Admiral.
Good luck to both of you. It's been an honor.
Once we're done here, we should have a little talk with Sona. Poor thing's waiting for us at the lodge.
Welcome back.
Apparently I can re-go through this conversation.
I'm sorry. Sona.
You're
absolutely right, Sarah. One thing that I can...
Thank you.
Good luck to both of you.
Once we're done here.
Excuse me.
Hello.
But the banana. How are all of you doing?
Here, perhaps we could spend a bit of time relaxing rather than planning.
I have been idle here for a long time. I believe Barrett would describe this state as bored.
We should probably talk. There you are. I was wondering when he'd come and say hi to me.
Hello, Sona. I see you found your way to the lodge without any trouble.
Yeah, it was kind of hard though. All these people around. Never seen so many people in my entire life.
Don't worry, no one's gonna hurt you. Go, shower.
They sure won't. They have to catch me first.
It's true. You're one of the toughest people I've ever met. So, what do you think? Do you like it here, Sona?
At the lodge? Yeah, this place is huge. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. You must be like a bazillionaire, Sarah.
Oh, don't I wish? This place isn't mine alone. It belongs to everyone who's a part of Constellation. And I think it should belong to you too, Sona. I want you to stay here and make this your home.
Whoa. Does that mean I get to go exploring with both of you? Or wait, do I get my own ship?
Yeah, Auntie Sarah will buy you a ship.
Well, Auntie Sarah can't exactly afford that right now, but she can provide you with the best exploration training in the galaxy.
I understand. Oh, and don't worry, I learn real fast, so you better get ready to have another member of Constellation signing on for missions.
I can't wait.
Well, anyway, thanks for letting me stay here. I promise I won't let either of you down.
I'm sure that you won't.
Silly death.
I think we should let Sona get settled. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to visit the Colony War Memorial now. I want to pay my final respects.
Glenn is a mega cutie. Def's a mega cutie. Sill's a mega cutie. Cult's a mega cutie. Alice is a mega cutie. Varian's a mega cutie. Anyone else who's here that I didn't list is a mega cutie. Icy's a mega cutie. Fumble's a mega cutie. Everyone here is cute, and I'm so glad that I'm a part of their life and they're a part of mine. In memory of the brave service members of the United Colonies who gave their lives in the Colony War, these 30 represent the more than 13,000 who fought and died for freedom, honor, and order. Sarah, where are you? Oh, these are... Elias Obrist's name is on this. Wonder if these names were on this memorial before.
Look at this. All these people. Their entire lives distilled down to names on a memorial. I wonder how close I came to being reduced to just a name.
I think you're being too hard on yourself.
You're probably right. That's why I keep you around, to hold my head above water and give me a swift kick in the arse once in a while.
I only say these things because I care about you, Sarah.
I care about you too. There's obviously some kind of a connection between us that I think we need to discuss. Just let me have another moment here, and then we can head over to the waterfall, so we can talk in private.
Sarah, this is getting kind of awkward. Sarah? Sarah, I'd like to leave. Sarah? I would like to...
Okay,
Oh, that was actually supposed to take that long. Okay. Thought the game glitched out. And 1 second, I just heard the phone vibrate. Okay, I'm back. Something slightly has come up. It may interfere with stream tomorrow. I do not know. If it does, I will stream on Tuesday. And if it doesn't, I will probably still stream on Tuesday because this is one chonker of a game.
I'm not very comfortable heading into Mast. But don't worry. I'll try and keep my complaints to a minimum.
And now we play Waiting for Sarah. It's like waiting for Godot, but Sarah eventually shows up. Or maybe it's like waiting for Godot, in that the person never shows up. Sarah? This is definitely unintended behavior. Let's force some loading zones. Ah. Nope, things are definitely barked. It was barked for several reasons. That is one of them. Let's just travel to the places we're going without fun jetpack times.
The petition doesn't say we want to kick people out of the world. Just that there should be more oversight. You going to sign?
All art is political, but especially that. You really can't complain about something that's literally about the war. Got that right? Sometimes I think people just like to be contrarians. The problem is when they make it their entire personality.
Look at this. I wonder how... You're probably right. And I care about you. There's obviously... Just let me...
So this is actually intentional.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's go.
I know several things. I am Taigo, knower of several things. Meh. Meh, meh. Meh, meh. Nope, no idea. I can't read brains. I can hardly read words.
You ever hear that one about the orphan and the platypus? No funny stuff. Yeah.
When things at the lodge are too much, I love coming to this spot to just sort of, I don't know, melt away for a while. It's lovely here, isn't it? I've been from one end of the settled systems to the other. But this place, this exact spot, there's nowhere else like it in the galaxy.
But for some reason, people don't say that about things like Paper Mario Color Splash or New Super Mario Bros. 2 or, you know, any of the sequels that are shit. Of course, Color Splash was a sequel to something that was already shit. Couldn't agree more.
From one explorer to another, I'll take that as a compliment. I usually come up here to mull over some of the heated debates we have at Constellation. You'd be surprised how many decisions I've made on this very spot.
I feel like you're selling for time here.
Is it that obvious? The truth is, I've asked you up here because I wanted to talk about something very important.
Tell me whatever's on your mind.
Because I have a lot to say. It's about my return to Cassiopeia. What we learned about Sonar has been constantly replaying in my mind. Maybe it sounds crazy, but that young girl's isolation feels like a reflection of my own life.
Not alone. Got me.
Maybe. But for how long? I've spent my life surrounded by all sorts of people. Constellation, the Navigator Corps, hell, even the UC military. Despite that, no matter how hard I've tried to make them a part of my life, they tend to drift away and disappear.
That's because Mother 2 sold like crap over here. Dealing with the unpredictability of people can be a challenge.
Well, if that's true, this challenge is wearing me down.
Forget the past. Focus on what you have right now.
Right now?
Yeah.
Are you talking about Constellation?
Saying this game stinks.
Or what exactly are you saying?
I'm saying I love you, Sarah. Now and forever.
Sorry, I just need a moment to gather my thoughts. I know you want to have a serious relationship. You want to become close. So, if you're willing to take that leap of faith with someone like me, then I'm ready to do the same.
Your romantic relationship is what you want?
I can't imagine being in love with anyone else. So, if you're willing to make the leap, I'm ready to do the same.
More than willing for a long time.
Really special. You know that? You've helped me conquer my self-doubt, my confidence, hell, everything. For the first time in my life, I feel complete. And with you by my side, I'm convinced that feeling will last forever. You're the best thing that's happened to me in my life. I love you.
No, name the companies. Name the companies.
people say it's a scam, but I really think I should give it a shot.
Sounds like a bad idea to me.
Look, if people are saying something conclusively is a scam, not sounds like a scam, I think it's safe to say that you should assume it's a scam. Well, now that we have a waifu, it's time to, do other quests. I thought they died.
Where are we headed next?
Ah.
There's something I need to talk to you about. Important or not, I'm ready to listen. I received a message from my mother a few days ago. She's returned from another one of her sightseeing cruises.
Would it be an embarrassment to the family or something?
Why would you be... Oh, I see. We never talked about this, did we?
No!
The truth is that my mother lives in a fairly remote location, so we rarely speak to one another.
That's a shame. Family's important.
Sure, when you're younger. But as soon as you get older and they begin controlling your life, that's when you need to strike out on your own.
I'm sure your parents meant well.
I'm certain they felt they were doing the right thing. You see, both of my parents were diplomats working under the flag of the UC Administrative Division. After I completed my basic education, they signed me up for a one-year apprenticeship in their department, without bothering to ask.
No say in the matter whatsoever?
I was 18 years old, fresh out of school, and I idolized my parents. I trusted them. I'm certain they felt they were doing what was best for their daughter. Who was I to argue?
Sounds like they wanted you to follow in their footsteps.
Wanted isn't the right word. Demanded would be more appropriate. For my apprenticeship, I was sent to Sidonia. My job consisted of drafting political policies and arbitrating trade disputes. The silver lining of the job was that it allowed me to spend time exploring every square inch of Mars.
That's where you were bitten by the exploration bug.
Swallowed by it. Months before the apprenticeship ended, I dumped my diplomatic certification and joined the UC Navy. Of course, my parents didn't approve. We had a huge argument that resulted in all ties being severed between us.
Took a lot of guts to do something like that.
I was proud of myself. For a while. You see, my father was killed during the opening shots of the Colony War. I returned to Jemison for the funeral and reunited with my mother. After that, we vowed to stay in touch.
Sorry to hear about your father.
Aren't you sweet? Always concerned with how I'm feeling. That's why I fell in love with you. Your smile, your caring. It brightens even my darkest days. Listen, I'm going to be completely upfront with you. All this talk of family, it makes me wonder where our own relationship stands.
Literally just beginning. I'll always be madly in love with you, Sarah.
And I love you too. And who knows? Maybe one day we can discuss how we turn that love into a future for the both of us.
Gearbox is not exactly a company with an outstanding track record. Actually, they are. When they make something that flops, it fucking flops.
We have liftoff.
Yeah, what about, what was it? Was it Lawbreakers? And, oh, don't forget a little something by the name of Aliens Colonial Marines.
Stay in orbit or jump. Your call. I will never get tired of that.
The Den responding to hail. You are cleared to dock. Welcome to UC space.
I mean, that game is kind of, sort of, incredibly notorious.
Let me know when you're ready to launch.
Hey, newbie. It's a nice set of boots you got there. They for sale? I'll give you, say, 500 credits for them. They'd look better on me anyway.
Trust me, you don't want these boots.
I don't know. Looks like they're perfect. Sturdy, polished, and just my size. But fine. If you don't want to sell, it's your loss.
You can, take the boots from here if you want. But it's on your head.
I have something for you when you have a moment. Pressure normalizing. Undocking
You were unaware? Nah.
I picked up something you might be interested in.
Then let Ryujin Industries
A lot on your mind?
fill out an application today to become part of the most advanced technology corporation in the settled systems.
I do.
No, I didn't read your mind. You talked about it repeatedly.
Sure, but you... Every time you say those things.
Who's Samco? What is this expedition of his?
Right. He wasn't here when you first showed up. He should be back by now. I'll let him handle the introductions. If I steal his thunder, I'll never hear the end of it.
What can you tell me about Barrett anyway?
His mind is always somewhere, but there's no arguing his knack for being in the right place at the wrong time. Oh, too bad he couldn't see the artifacts coming together. But knowing him, he'll be so excited when he gets a look, it won't occur to him that he's missed anything.
What's the eye? Who's Vladimir?
We maintain a star station in orbit above us. It's where we do all our deep space scanning. Vladimir runs the station. Brilliant astronomer. Years of practical experience.
So what should I do first?
It's all important, but if you want a direction, I'd grab Barrett first. He's not just an old friend. He's been all over the settled systems.
How are you feeling about a relationship?
It's difficult to put into words. Being with you is like, well, a dream come true. Take your time. I don't mind.
Pleased to hear that, Sarah.
Good. Anytime you want to talk about our relationship, just let me know. God knows you've done. Take care of yourself.
The Settled Systems News Network. News you can trust.
No, I haven't actually been into the mining league. No, this is Seaguard's Outfitters. Never mind. I have been into Seaguard's Outfitters for quite a few times, actually.
Come on in. Welcome to Sickhart's Outfitters. If you don't see...
Hmm? I think I need polytextiles for stuff. I don't think I usually see that gem Chimbalabab oil. Always try to remain cautiously optimistic. But you're supposed to get super rich to make me super rich. I don't actually expect that, but I was being a silly bugger.
You really going to walk on?
Me being a silly bugger? I suppose that makes sense.
Hey there.
I like coming here. It lets me forget everything else for a bit.
If you wish to relax with some Aurora. Hello there. On behalf of you, I'll be happy to provide whatever. Can I get you anything?
Or is exactly what I had in mind.
We also offer an assortment of beverages. I'm certain you'll find something.
If you're in need of
Please,
some
let me know if you'd like any Aurora.
perhaps I could
Okay,
interest you
hello.
in a visit to the members' lounge.
Wish I could.
Micah knows how to make a drink. Understandable. In the meantime, please
What's
let
up?
me know if there's
And I thought it was
anything else you need.
being directed to... Was I being directed to come, like, behind here? Yeah, I was. But when I saw it, I saw this. So, you know, I was like, ah, yes, the door.
You really going to walk on by?
Gonna open you up.
You can't run from me! I'm out!
Irony. The next quest actually does take me in here.
I like to spray. Sometimes with paint, other times with bullets. You like art?
I don't know, but I know what I like.
You'll like this. Just head on over to Neon Tactical and check out the robot. My best work.
Thanks, Micah.
Frank Reddick wants retribution for what you did to Styx.
That Cyclops should be thanking. I dressed up his toy real nice, gave him a total makeover. He's lucky that's all I did after what that thing did to my crew.
What happened to your crew?
The freak didn't tell you? I figured he'd be gloating about it. Man's got nothing else. We tried to rob his store and reload our crew. That's when his little toy unloaded on us. Lost some good disciples in that group. If anything, that freak should be paying me.
Why'd you tag Styx?
Clever. If I trashed it, it'd stink for a bit, but he'd get over it. So I took a can of spray paint and put my tag on it. Now, every time that Cyclops opens up that eye, he's gonna see my art on his buddy.
So you admit to the crime.
And I'll make art out of your guts if you step out of line.
I'm gonna get those credits from you, dead or alive.
Don't leave any of that behind.
And the patrons of the bar give 0 bucks.
And keep them coming.
Excuse me. If you're in need of some
So much for common courtesy.
perhaps I could interest you in a visit to the members now. If you're planning on using Aurora, may I recommend?
What drink do you recommend?
Of course, I recommend our house specialty, the Chimera. It's a unique triple-layer drink that I believe you'll find quite delightful. It consists of mild cold soju on the top, a thin layer of fruit liqueur in the middle, and a strong dark soju at the bottom. The initial mildness of Chimera slowly warms the senses, which rapidly transitions into a sudden burst of sweetness from the fruit liqueur. This sweetness braces the palate for the impact of the much stronger, robust finish. It's a drink of my own design. Sure.
What the hell? I'll try it.
May all your
I'll just have a
journeys-
bit. Here for now.
I'll have that ready for you shortly.
Thanks, Micah.
Take it easy.
I also like how there are 0 fucks given about the fact that I just shot people in there. Oh man, I was at Red Mile. I didn't recognize I had to. One of these keeps talking to a doc someone or other here. Okay, I also have to visit Ryujin Tower. Or wait, is that what I'm being directed? Oh, that... Nishar in jail, talk to Catherine Luzian.
Be sure you never find yourself on the wrong end of it.
If you want to see how short my tenure is, keep talking.
You know the power of farmers hard to get to where your unique starship models is securely crafted for the rarefied air above the scum in the galaxy.
I do not get paid
Their mark in the middle of a busy spaceport. Although no one was injured except the
If
tracker's
Benjamin
target.
Bayou's ego was as combustible as helium-3, he'd be able to provide enough fuel to power everything. I've heard that Benjamin
Unfortunately, he seems to be incredibly uncombustible. I've tried shooting him several times.
from up there must be breathtaking.
Okay, let us see this Astral Lounge.
This place is insane! You try Aurora yet? You won't regret it. Yeah? The music is amazing!
Howdy.
We have plenty of Aurora on hand for your enjoyment. Yeah, you're new here. Name's Boone Morgan, your new best friend on Neon. If you're here for a drink or listen to the music, I've got you covered. But if you're here for something a little more exciting, we have plenty of Aurora for sale.
You're a mega cutie. I'm definitely here to try the Aurora.
Here, we'll take a look at the menu. Now, I'm not going to lie. The Aurora is a bit expensive, but let's face it. Can you really put a price on pleasure?
I'd like some details on purchasing a penthouse.
Excellent choice. The Sky Suite offers luxury and sophistication you won't find anywhere else in the settled systems. And since you'll be living in the same tower as the Astral Lounge, all of its pleasures and pageantry are only an elevator away.
Ooh, that's expensive, but I'm buying it.
Wonderful. Here's your key. The trade tower elevator will take you directly to you. And if there's anything I can provide to enhance the experience...
Yeah, take a look at the menu, please.
Of course. Take it.
Anything on the menu you recommend?
That depends on if you're hungry or thirsty.
Thirsty.
All right, well, I've got a couple of special. First, there's our best seller, Sangria Apple.
I don't actually care.
Palate is that enough?
Hungry.
Ah, a bit of a foodie, are we? I can't say. First, let me tempt you with our melon caviar. And to finish, anything there sound appetite?
That's all for now.
Of course, of course.
Okay, tell me about Administrator Bayou.
Ben and I are good friends. He personally gave me the job here at the Astral Lounge. Oh, he's a good man. Cares a lot about the citizens of Neon, making sure they're all employed and well taken care of. A real humanitarian.
You heard the music
Pretty
for this
amazing,
place.
isn't it? That's Borealis, only 19 years old, and yet she produces some of the most heart-pounding, trippiest electronic music you've ever heard. I don't know where she gets her inspiration, but I'm betting all that free Aurora she gets has something to do with it.
Yes, many musicians do the drug.
Hell yeah! This is awesome!
Hey! You wanna dance? This Aurora stuff? It's blowing my mind!
Hi! Having fun?
So the real reason I came here was to get the Aurora because I needed it for a science experiment. Yes, science experiment.
Don't make my job
Now is the time to enhance your life. Here at Enhance. So go out, have your fun.
Think you've got what it takes to tackle the big
Outfitters. If we don't have his corporate skills,
Everything good?
Ryujin is hiring
The report?
the brightest of today.
Nothing. Pretty slow day so far.
Interesting. This district certainly provides evidence that Ryujin's influence has spread from their tower and out into the city.
Well, you've only got a spacesuit workbench.
I had to chase more zone. If you have a moment, say hello to my wife, Rosa. No problem. Watch your back out there.
Hey there. Glad to see you.
I don't want you to get
Glad to haul.
But Administrator
Leaving?
Oh, I see.
Accessories for all your hectic needs. Packaged food? Check. Neuro lamps? Oh yeah.
You don't want to pick a fight with me.
Don't you have something better to do?
Seaguard, do you have a research station in here somewhere? Nope, Siggy doesn't have a research station.
Not sure if those free zealots are great.
Hey there. Got the shakes, huh? Don't worry. Doc Manning will fix you up.
Is it that obvious?
You aren't looking well at all.
Yeah.
Perhaps you'd better sit
Haven't
down.
zoned in like a week. My whole body feels like it's crumbling.
Yeah. Coming down off of...
Oh my goodness. Another poor soul. All right. Tell me what happened to you. Is it an Aurora overdose? Something else, perhaps?
You kidding? No one cares if you're addicted to the stuff.
Aurora overdose is a common problem here?
Unfortunately, yes. You see, the more Aurora that a user absorbs, the more resistance their body builds up to its active ingredients. That means the user needs larger and larger
Yeah,
doses.
that's typical.
Eventually, the doses get so incredibly large, the user's nervous.
I don't use
That's
Aurora.
a very wise choice. Since you're clearly a first-time visitor to Reliant Neon, I'd love to offer you a free checkup.
It's been a busy day
Every
then.
is a busy day here, but that isn't why I'm low on supplies. You see, I'm a bit at odds with the current administrator of Neon. His drug is turning the streets into a graveyard, and he doesn't seem to care. We've argued about it on more than one occasion, and all he's done is try to persuade me to quit. Thinning out my supply chain is his newest tactic.
Gotta be a way to get around his blockade.
But it requires outside assistance. At this point, I've resorted to asking anyone that has a ship registered outside of the Volii system to bring me medical supply. I pay them for the supplies, of course, but it's the only way I can sneak them past Bayou's people at the space. Now, if there's anything else I can do for you.
I could help you with your medical supply problem.
That would be amazingly helpful. It's a relief to meet someone who gives a damn about anyone other than themselves. Oh, and I'll pay you directly for the supplies, of course.
Ridiculous that you've had to resort to smuggling.
Nothing else to be done about it. These people need my help. Anyway, I have a contact over at the clinic in the Narian system. Abby Edding. She's one of the nurses there. She'll get you started. Thank you so much for doing this. You have no idea how helpful it'll be for the poor folk that live in Ebside.
Do you know Abby? Oh, wait, no, that's it's okay.
Try not to get hurt out there.
You also do not have a research station here. You have a pharmacology lab, which is, you know, really what I should have expected. Stroud Eklund showroom. Haven't actually been in here yet. Don't think.
Yes, how can I help you today? On behalf of Stroud Eklund, I'd like to welcome you to our showroom today. Our company prides itself as the industry leader in spacecraft production. We use groundbreaking technology to give us a significant advantage over our competitors. You can configure your design.
Mm-hmm. Can't believe they make you memorize all that nonsense.
I can assure you, everything that I'm saying is quite accurate. Ever since the corporate merger, our company is stronger than ever. Feel free to have a look around our shop.
Have you ever met with Walter Stroud?
He's been to Neon a few times, but what I can say is that, despite what's been reported by the media, Mr. Stroud is a rush.
How long have you been working for Stroud Eklund?
I've been working here for only 2 years. Previously, I could never relate.
Okay, you have like any questions for me?
And so,
No, you don't.
may all your journeys be safe ones.
Okay, now I've seen everything.
At the back. I have been coined.
I appreciate. Would you care to pick up an exquisite gift while you're here? You won't find them.
I think that might actually be one of the... Yeah.
It was good to have you in my shop. Farewell.
Look, man, have a heart. I can't pay right now, but I'll spot you next time, okay?
Do I look like an idiot? Tell me, do I have a sign that says idiot taped to my back?
Oh yeah, it's right there.
No? I know what you've been wasting your money on. Ah, damn junkies. You pay the posted price, or you don't get anything at all. I'm running a business here. I don't give handouts.
Okay. Jeez, sorry.
What's with the fucking Apple II? I'm a boop. At the bop.
Keep your nose clean. Last thing I want is to charge you for DP, A&B, B&E.
Research station.
Yeah? What?
See? I told you. Look at this place. Ridiculous, right?
Good.
Why would
Yeah.
someone open a mining supplies business on an ocean planet?
Exactly.
So
I
glad
can't
you stopped
believe
by
this
today.
place is still open.
Welcome, my friend. It's been a long time since I've seen a new face.
Don't be such a jerk. We should look around and see if there's something we can buy.
There's a location like this. That's quite a surprise.
First time I'd laid eyes on this building, I felt the same way. You see, when I opened this shop, I had grand ambitions of creating a mining supply empire on Volai. Yet here I am, only a few years later, pockets empty, and my business on the verge of closure.
Perhaps I could help.
That would be a blessing, my friend, but I wouldn't want to impose.
Anything I can do to help save your store?
You would do that for a total stranger? Bless you, my friend. Bless you. I've come up with an idea that I'm hoping will generate a lot of interest in my business. And you were the final element that was missing. If you could bring these flyers to some...
Oh boy, flyers, yes. Sounds simple enough?
Simply what I appreciate.
What do you got for sale?
Certainly, my... I hope you have a glorious day, my friend.
If it's students, better not be a waste of my time.
Tomorrow, book. Oh, God. Gigbo has a cross promotion opportunity for you if you're interested.
I don't think I want to get mixed up in that. Don't need it. Not interested. I don't think I want to get...
Can you tell me more about the mission boards?
Yeah. You'll find them in bars.
Goodbye.
All right, what's off? I'm busy.
Technological leap? Then let Ryujin Industries help you.
To the many families who lost loved ones during the College War.
Hello? I have plenty of supplies for your next expedition. Business could always be better. Come back soon. We have plenty. Joining the Merchants Alliance. I've been at this location.
Saburo Okadigbo. TTS wake up.
For the last 8 years, but as soon as Ryujin broke ground on the tower, I knew that I love this business.
TTS smells.
My dear mother would have said the same thing. It has not all. You won't find an. Remember to steer clear of Neon security. They're up to.
Small smells of banana nanas.
Banana na do 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 do. Banana na do 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 do. Banana na do 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 to charge in my attack.
And Tiago smells of non-washed clothes. Wash your stockings.
I wash them all the time. Well, not all the time.
Your medical emergency. I wouldn't mind a bit of extra traffic as long as the supplies allow for it. Huh. Well, it's people have been using for, say, 2 years, but there are others. Aurora stimulates the neural circuits in the brain, specifically targeting the neural. This causes significant sensory hallucinations, both auditory and visual. As you can imagine, this state is highly. We both, the print, Abby and I almost felt, reached out to her. I have a few items left. If you need help, remember Reliant.
I mean, I'm only going to be going for like another hour. So I'll just do a stretchy. Yeah. I am. There. Got up, walked around the room a little bit, stretched those leggies and those armies.
We have plenty of space available.
Welcome to the Hotel Volai.
I think you'll be
Nope, no catch. My hotel is completely free from administrative influence, so you can rest assured that you'll be actually getting the best value for your credits.
Must have taken a miracle to arrange.
No miracle, just some good old-fashioned ingenuity. But that's a story for another time. So,
I have a cross-promotion opportunity here for you, courtesy of him.
oh, thanks. I'll definitely give this some thought. It couldn't hurt.
Well, let me in your little secret about how you beat the system.
Maybe after you've rented a room for a few nights. Sorry.
I'd like to rent a room.
Yep. How long are you planning on...
A week.
I love to hear it. Let me... We have choice accommodations.
Well, let me in on your little secret now.
Maybe after you've rented a room for a few
I
nights.
rented one for a week.
Sorry. I just need some time. Remember, we always have plenty of amazing rooms at reasonable.
Tell Volai, you're home away from home here on Neon. Our beds are comfortable and affordable, and with a crime rating of only 16%, your safety is almost guaranteed.
But thank you for having me get up and walk around. My knees really did need that. They were all like, rah! And I was all like, oh my god.
Talk about seeing stars. That was amazing.
Man.
Old furball, you are an old farty furball.
Me. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me.
Everyone thinks they are you going mer, but it actually you farting hair.
Moments together could last forever.
It is not. Yeah, I didn't get mugged in my sleep. I'm kind of surprised.
It's nice to see you today. Maybe after you've rented a room for a few nights.
I have rented one for a week.
You mean the stuff Bayou leaves? Neon has... Those are the Ikuchi Market. Then there's Upside. Finally, you have the Underbelly. The working class's domain under our feet. Not much down there, but industry and a few random shops. Oh, you noticed. First of all, yeah. Then you have... And, like... No, I don't think so. Upside's filled with a few... Just watch your back. Most of the underbelly is taken up by Xenofresh and Generdyne's facility. Actually, I'd recommend checking out Off-World Eats. Cosmos and Lee run. Sounds good. I've got one with your... Just one night or an extended... Fantastic. Welcome to the Hotel Volai. I have one. Are you planning on an... I have a room with your name. Are you here to book a room? Well, my sources say you've checked out.
Finally.
So I don't see the harm. Administrator Bayou and I, we have a sort of understanding. Call it a pact. He lets me do pretty much whatever I want at my hotel, and in return, I make sure certain information stays off of SF.
Aren't you afraid for your life?
People ask me that all the time. They also ask me why I don't just pack up and leave Neon. I'll tell you the same thing I tell them. The only way to keep Bayou and people like him in check is to hold something over their head. They don't understand anything else. Every single time he looks from his penthouse and sees my hotel, I know that the tiniest chill runs up his spine. That's what keeps me going.
Macy's letting you get away with that. Let me guess, dead man switch.
If you knew what I knew, you wouldn't be amazed at all. You'd be horrified. I have compromising data that proves Bayu is directly connected to the Seoka Syndicate. And before you ask, the only way I'll ever leak the info is if I'm dead and gone. Then it gets sent to, well...
Dead man
can't tell you
switch.
who, but it's covered. To tell you the truth, not really. He won't hassle me, but there's nothing I can do about my guests being hassled. As you can imagine, business is not... Enjoy
Goodbye.
your visit to Neon.
Apply today. The nearest...
There's got to be a megacorp that'll hire someone like me.
Yeah? What do you want?
Warlord isn't going to be a bother anymore.
Good work. I hope you made him squirm.
I did one better. I killed
Fine
him.
by me. That delinquent little punk deserves it. Thanks. Styx is gonna get a new paint job, a coat of wax, the works. He's gonna look brand new. Oh, and here, for your trouble. You know, Styx, crime in this city gets worse by the day. Vandals, thieves, gangs. I'm sorry.
By the way, Saburo has a...
Don't need it. Don't want it.
Come on.
Not something I'm interested in. I don't need any handouts. Sometimes, Styx, I wonder how things would have been different if I took... Hey there. Dietrich's been great at the meetings. Wish he'd stop bringing those dumplings, but Rosa likes them. Here, let me see that. Oh, not a bad idea. I might be onto something here. Thanks for bringing this to me. I arrived in Neon almost... after a few years, they moved me. She was my super... We've been in love. Much better, thanks for asking. I don't exactly know what you said to Dietrich. He's really stepped up and taken an active role in fighting Neon Security's corruption. He's even... Best of all, I think we've become good friends. Which is a rare thing to come across in this city.
Cool.
Tell
Bye.
everyone you know about our store.
I don't want you to get it. How can I help you today? Have a
Bah.
good day.
Yeah? His Majesty...
Neuroamps? Oh, yes, true. The Grand is the only place on the earth right now.
Your dad's jumping in from where?
Paradiso. What's up? All this time we thought he was just being some miserable hermit
Customer,
on Keela.
feel free to spend
Think
your
he finally
credits.
regrets
Or
disappearing
get the
all
hell
those
out.
years ago.
Your pick. Yeah? If you're here for blend, I'm just heading.
I heard a blend. What is it?
And you gotta be new in Neon. Because it's only the most popular drink in the city. You should try one. I guarantee that once you taste it, you'll be hooked.
That's a mysterious name for a beverage?
Mystery? The name says it all. Look, I don't have time for chit-chat. As soon as word gets out, blend is back in stock.
Hey, so Saburo Blibbidibob has...
Whatever, just hand it over.
Never thought about selling blend outside of Neon.
Are you crazy? I've got a captive audience here. Blend is part of the Neon charm. It's iconic. Not to mention that Blend's mix of special ingredients can only be found here
It's got Aurora in it, doesn't it?
Probably because you can't buy it anywhere else except at my shop. And I mean anywhere. It's got a special blend.
If it's addictive and we're in Neon, Aurora must be involved.
All right, genius. You guessed the main ingredient, but you don't need to be yapping about it in public, you know? For your information, the distribution of Aurora anywhere except the Astro Lounge is illegal. Off the books, that shit flows like water around the city.
Goodbye.
Got plenty of ice-cold drinks in stock. All day, all night.
How many more of this guy's flyers do I have? At the bar. Now, why did I come up here?
Thanks for... Hi there. Welcome to Terra. Certainly.
Actually, I don't want to place an order. I was going to offer you... Okay, but I guess that means I'm out of his flyers? Because I didn't even have an opportunity to offer her one?
Ryujin is hiring the best and brightest of today for our future.
I'm Patst. I like you. You know that? Because it's true.
We sell all. I am confident that the flyers will help.
Handed out all the flyers.
Ah, thank you so much, my friend. I believe that this will be a great boon for my business. Thank you for taking the time to do this for me.
Goodbye.
Listen to me, my friend. I was aiming. It was stupid to assume I could corner the market on mining supplies and raw materials without a solid foundation. It was good of you to stop by, my friend.
Wait, I don't know what you just said you do too. I probably asked, did you know that about me saying I like you? But I don't even remember me saying that. But if I didn't, then I do like you. You know that, right? My brain works in mysterious ways. So mysterious, even I don't understand it.
I'm not gonna say this twice. Get the hell away from me.
Keep it moving.
Literally, I could just steal these.
No. Hey, wait. You were there when those security assholes nabbed me. Please, have a heart. You need to help me.
What are you in for? Did you do it?
No. I mean, yes, yeah, I'm hypothetically involved in Aurora smuggling. But who isn't, right? What's going on here is about more than some bullshit charges.
Well, you're already out.
Oh, God. I gotta admit, I've lost my job. I've lost my creds, and if I don't square things with Yannick Legrand, I'll lose everything else. Everything. Yannick is expecting a package. A really not so legal package. If you deliver it to him, he'll know I'm loyal. Don't worry, Yannick's loaded. He'll take care of you.
Why do you think you can trust me?
Don't. But you are my last and really only chance.
I don't know. I don't want to end up a cell next to you.
Security won't give you a second look. It'll be... So please, my crate's on Block O2 in Ebside. My authentication code is Alpha 3 Kilo 4. Just tell the manager and she'll key you in. The package is there, everything accounted for. Just take that to Yannick and hopefully this damn nightmare will be over.
Be careful if you run into those ecliptic jerks. They fly around like they own the settled systems. They like to use old abandoned facilities as outposts. You know, the ones left over from the colony.
Hi, Taki.
I'm, pretty sure you weren't supposed to take that.
Don't worry, I was just putting it away in here. It was out on the floor, and that was a problem. I'm stretchy. Oh. Yeah, and a hydrate.
If the gangs can keep from killing each other, I just might have a good day.
Can't talk right now. Neon isn't going to repair itself.
You lost, kiddo?
I'm not gonna steal anything if that's what you're thinking.
Sounds like something a thief would. I had some high hopes for this shop back when my husband and I opened it a while back. These days, if you ain't a regular, you're usually trouble.
You won't get any trouble from me.
About that.
Kevin,
Miss, have you ever noticed you have haunted bowls behind you?
Yeah. Pull me headlocks around here.
Now, are you gonna buy?
There you go, money.
Now that I know you're serious, yeah, I know Headlock can't stand them. And I heard some of the other Sioka can't either.
He's been traumatizing the Emporium.
Well, if any place should be terrorized,
The Bowls
it may
have
as
done
well
a
be
full
near
360
In
almost.
any case, if you're so desperate to find him, he and his friends are probably hanging out in Warehouse 4 or somewhere near there. I've gotta ask, what are you gonna do with him?
That's my business.
All right, and you stand it in mind. I've got nothing more to say to you. You have your info.
Come on, Bowls. You can do it.
What type of people are your non-regular customers?
Mostly tied up in those good-for-nothing gangs. Those disciples and strikers always fighting over who gets to run the place, and not giving a damn over whose lives they ruin.
The Bulls have done a 360 at very least.
I may not. Lucky for me. Solomon thought a small convenience. Of course, now it's just me. See for yourself.
Everyone out here sells canvas oil.
Until next time.
You're bothering me.
Sorry about that.
Then leave.
What do you do for work around here?
No, go back to the Bowls.
Clock in, clock out.
Is there a reason you're so short with
It's
people?
one of my rules, and it served me well. Besides, you don't want to talk to me. Fact is, I'm not a good man.
You have a set of rules you live by?
Yeah. Keep things short. Don't drink on the job, drink every minute after. Never play cards with a street rat. Don't love what you can't respect. That's all I got. Anything more would break the first rule.
You're not a good man?
No, I'm not.
I don't remember you. You were muscle for the Syndicate back in the
I
day.
did. That was before the war. So yeah, I've killed people. Some of them even deserved it. Not all, but some. And every so often, I get strangers coming up to me wanting payback. But I'm still here.
How'd you end up a soldier?
I was young. Stupid, really. Thought I could win the war all by myself, so... joined the Free Star Militia. Ended up killing more people in a week than all my years here. If you see enough shit, you lose your edge. Now, I just drink.
Goodbye.
Later.
Honestly, out here in Neon, I think he probably counts as a good man.
Around here. Sleep crates for rent. It's tight, but it's home.
I need access to Nishar Osmani's sleep crate.
You have the proper authorization code, and I'll let you into any place you
Happy
like.
cat noises. That meant to be a compliment.
More of an observation. Not much to do around here, except clean up after people. Don't get much of a chance to talk to the respectable type.
Code is Alpha 3 Kilo 4.
I got it. And authentication is all green. Look for C153. Before you go, I'm going out on a limb here and assuming your account's more flush than my usual clientele. I've got some evicted crates set up to go to the dump. Might be full of weak old Kazambas, or it could have the original Miguel Rafael Bailamos. Only one way to find.
I'll take a chance on the crate.
Unit C203 is now keyed to you.
That sounds like the start of a quest. Or not.
I have some sleep crate units available for rent, but someone like you, trust me.
I'll take a chance on one of those evicted crates.
And now we have a... And here you go, B101. Price. By the way, that's the last one. Good for you. You can... And it just so happens we have a deluxe... All right. If you're struck, it's tight. If you're in the market for a sleep... I've got plenty of it. How long will you be staying? I got loads of crates for rent. For next time. Be careful around here. Everyone that stays in our sleep crates are reputable.
Hello, Scorcher. How are you? I'm doing all right. Can't help but notice that I don't even seem to have access to many ones as I purchased the keys, or unless they're maybe located somewhere else. You're great and cute and a friend. Neat, an empty warehouse. And it's devoid of skylights, so it's safe for criminal thugs to have a dealings in there without Batman breaking in. No, you're mine.
Huh?
If you're not...
Here to do business, you best leave before we get pissed off.
You headlock?
And who do we have here? You here for business, or to get your head caved in?
Yeah, you leave the Emporium alone.
Is that so? You mess with me, you'll mess with the whole syndicate, and that won't end well for you.
That doesn't worry me.
It should. All I need to do is say the word, and my Sioka buddies will pay you a very unpleasant visit. So go on, Hotshot. Give me a reason why I should leave Tevin and his shitty little store alone.
God, you're annoying. I'm taking you down.
Mistake you'll...
They're picking it off. Better get out while...
Find anything useful?
Not worth dying.
You see, now I'm not working for anybody. Which means I have no reason to play nice with them. Last time I had to deal with the Syndicate, it was because I was working for UC Sys It wouldn't let me push the big red button. You know I got it, chat. At the bar. It's taunting me, scaring me. I can't let its challenge go unanswered. And I got a hat for it. I know, right? It's so big and shiny and red.
Wasn't expecting to cliff dive today.
We are hardly cliff diving. Missions is not M. Missions is L. L for mission. Right now we're kind of running things around Neon. We're gonna try to go and join the Ebside Strikers. Not to actually join them, but to just remove the, What do you mean? That's what I meant, like in game. The job I have in real life is professional cutie pie.
Yes, we sell only the finest goods for the discerning customer.
I took care of Headlock. He won't be messing with you anymore.
Now that is a true relief. I thought I would never be rid of him. I'm not one to get involved with the rabble, so I'm glad you came along when you did. Thank you for your help.
What's the Sioka?
The Sioka Syndicate, of course.
Ah.
They're a group of organized criminals. They're based out of Neon. Thank you for taking care of that.
What type of goods do you sell at the Emporium?
I carry all sorts. I'm not one to boast, but my shop won me my position as Administrator Bayou's personal decorator.
Okay, cool.
Before I forget, I also pay top credits to travelers that bring me you.
What type of goods do you have for sale? Just kidding, I'm actually here to sell you things.
Cash only, please. Come back soon. You never know what we'll have for sale.
Kill for a cup of coffee right now.
Boop.
Sleep crates for rent. It's tight.
What a city, am I right? Ooh, Velocity's such a
You got an interesting name. Any story behind it? They say knowing your name somehow?
Was my dad's name. His dad before him. I used to go by Trey, but when the old man passed, I decided to do him a solid and wear the name without the name. Even back on Sol, my ancestors were island people. And Volii Alpha being an ocean world, Feel their spirits with me.
Yeah, yeah, Robin.
I'm a free spirit, yo. But if there's two places I vibe with most, it's the bars and the market. Aurora's my mistress, but fashion's my heart, so I'm always...
Got you into
When I
fashion.
was a kid, my parents used to dress me in these old man sweatsuits because it was all we could afford. But even then, my sense of style was always there, deep in the marrow. It got so bad I started cutting up my clothes to make my own. When I finally could afford some new threads, it was like meeting my soulmate in person after a decade of loving her from afar.
Yeah, known for its fashion.
So, I know people say the trends here are manufactured. Just more megacorp, technorati bullshit putting commercials in the sky. But the corps can put up 1,000 billboards, and they still won't define what lights up the street.
Okay, bye.
All love.
It's interesting to see that there are just NPCs here who are
Take it easy. Hey there.
just, you know,
Add a second to
for
chat.
flavor.
Damn, I really thought that was my shot.
Can I get you something?
You try velocity yet? Change your life. They don't have places like this in Aquila, that's for sure.
Nothing like a velocity after a rough shift at Xeno. Makes you forget how bad you stink. I'm zoned out of my mind right now.
I thought
Maybe you'd like to try a velocity? No customer. Bienvenue. Oh, this is my place.
completely understood. You won't have any troubles for me.
Finally, someone who listens and does what it.
I can personally vouch for my colleague here and make sure that he behaves.
So,
What do you
did
mean?
Madame Sauvage get you? Have you come to try?
I was looking for information.
Go read a book. You want a
Velocity?
It's
What's that?
nothing less than...
I wouldn't mind seeing a menu.
Of course.
Growing up on Neon seems a lifetime away. Not sure I'm happy to be back.
You got... But don't let the other rats hear you complain about your lot in life. Likely you'll get a bitter shiv in the belly for that. Precious few managed.
Looked into a mining gig for Argos extractors.
Argos, eh? Competition for a slot there can get bloody. I think it might be more than luck that landed you there. You do things to survive in the gutter. But most of what you do to survive.
It's best to remember that after all.
It's hard to give up, you're all right.
Yes. What? Astral Lounge, Euphorica, blah, blah, blah. This place is where it's at.
Where's the
What can I get you today?
Love.
access to the third floor is what you can get me, because I was there before. I can't turn in this quest, and unless it was through here, I don't think it was. No, not through here.
Pull up a chair and have a drink.
The strikers are upstairs, so we better be on our best
Take care. Okay, so apparently this is a glitch several people have had.
I hope you aren't here to cause any trouble.
Love the vibe in this city.
And apparently, the only option I have is to, do this.
How many velocities did I have?
This is murder! You're... We really need to talk. Yeah? What? All right. Out with... Hold her right there!
You're coming with us.
Well, that didn't work. I'll have to tell Sarah to stay behind, apparently. And actually, this is where we're going to end for now. I'll solve this later. Love all of you. Stay cute, okay? Mwah. Let's see who's online. Then we shall raid.